What's the general dummy operation? well. Oh, Doug, well, hand me that guitar. Hand me that guitar. Doug, let's get this show on the road. Here's when you'll know.
Hello everybody, it's so nice to see you. It's me, Scoutmaster Demi. We're hanging out, we got our fun music. I got my little Papa beanie, which is fun. Maybe I should angle it a little differently. I'm not too sure the best way to get everyone to see it. But very fun stuff. Hello everybody. I have got a new background too. There's some stuff I can fix up a little bit, but for the most part, I've got some of my Ace Attorney collection in the back, which is very cool. Hey everybody, nice to see you. Hello, hello. Honestly, wasn't really sure how many people would show up early, so it's always great to see you. Hope you guys are all doing well. Happy Friday. Yeah, new background stuff. Hey there, Michael. Yes, indeed. It's all Ace Attorney in different ways, so if anyone has any questions, you know, I got channel points for them. And yeah, they're basically, I mean, I still have a few Mega Man things in the back, too. Funny enough, I have a bunch of Ace Attorney cologne that I've been meaning to make a video on. It's official. It's official cologne. Obviously, it would not, you know, you can't smell me or anything, but it'd be kind of fun to bust those out at some point. They look really nice in their boxes, which is really cool. But again, hello. Hope everyone is doing really, really well. I'm super excited for this game. I'm hoping to beat this in 2 big streams. That's probably not possible. I will probably need to do at least 3, but I might even stream tomorrow. I'm really thinking about it. Momocon Cologne. That's right. Yeah, Giratina, you know. I'm Papa. You can call me Papa. Alright, let's just get into the game. Let's not mess around. I'm really stoked for it, as you guys can see. Here we go. How's the music, by the way? Is it too quiet, too loud? Would love to know. We are starting with the second game, since we already played and beat the first one. Not long ago. Well, actually, I guess it was kind of long ago. It's back in, like, March or something. Do you guys hear? Hey, HXC, hello, and Retro, and Michael, and Giratina, and Kwanzo, and Jinya, and Cito. Oh yeah, Jinya absolutely loves it. She loves Mega Man. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But for real, everyone can hear this all right? I want to make sure before we start off. Okay. I'm glad the Cavill said it sounded good, because people were saying that they couldn't hear it, and I was like, actually? Turn it up a little bit more. Oh, you got it, Sue. I got you. All right. Don't worry, again. Let's turn it up just a little bit. How's that? Because I want to make sure that I'm not too loud and crazy, so. Is that a little better? I'm sure in the game it'll be better. Hey, we got Wiseman too. Hello. Oh, it's so great to see you guys this Saturday or this Friday. Hey, Yabuki. Nice to see you. Super Ace Attorney Extraordinaire, one of the Evo players of BN6. Wait, what? That's wild. That's fun. Nice to see you up in here, Shingo. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello, how are you? I'm really excited for this game. And if you love BN6, you are in the right spot. We are all Capcom lovers here. Alright. We're gonna do the HD art, I think. As much as down as I am for crunchy pixels. Let's start with the HD. Turnabout trigger. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western skies, bringing a message of peace. Just listen to that crowd! Welcome, Zhengfa! Welcome, Mr. President! And now, sir, your audience awaits. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dog my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the Prosecutor's Office of your great country. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with righteous hammer of justice. Ah! Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. Anyone can solve this, he can. That is such a great art piece right there. That is such a great art piece right there. I'm so into that. Voice acting stream. I really should try to get some folks. I should try to get some folks who are decent at that, who would enjoy doing that. Okay, this feels like it is truly a direct sequel to the first Investigations game. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Oh, this art looks so good. This art looks so good. I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth! Was that Gumshoe? Thank goodness you're here, sir! This is Dick Gumshoe, detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How's the president, detective? We still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth! The medic just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I should probably move my camera out of here. I see, I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead. Run away, sir! Hey, I said hey! Hey, yeah, you, Ruffles! Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't you? Want to give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Calm down, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me! Now, detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me. Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake. Gourd Lake? That's a throwback. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhengfa. Shingo, that's funny. Dijong Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now. Newspaper clipping data jotted down. I gotta move my camera. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily, it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech. Bang! A gun goes off and everyone runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently. Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well. Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right there in the park, saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away, he's the only man for the job. Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened, you'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd before they strike again. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. That's true, there's literally a gunshot. I mean, there's a gun here. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe! How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers are mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A. Okay, give me a second, gang. I do think I'm kind of blocking the beautiful artwork, so let's push me down just a little bit, maybe like halfway through. Something like that seems pretty decent. Yeah, this guy really, he looks like a Mike Hagger kind of like mayor, doesn't he? Super buff and muscular. He drove the main mech of the anime, yeah. He's got that big boss energy. And again, you guys hear the music all right? You guys hear it all right? I'm gonna keep checking. Can I help you? You're one of the precinct's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how this security detail was arranged during his speech? 2 of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd, and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. My only thought, Wiseman, is that I'd be blocking the text. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. Hey there, Sleazy. It's so nice to see you guys this afternoon. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you got a hold of it? Huh. Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles! I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find corrections, right, sir? Detective! Ah, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So connections, you say, and what next? Well, I guess you say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of info to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master. I can view what info I have with LB and then connect it with Y. The president was shot at even though there was event security. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Oh, Kwanzaa, do you want me to turn my camera off all the way? Is that what you're saying? Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between... Or are you talking about Lotta Heart? Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. I can't believe we're back on Gourd Lake. Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. wish to speak with the detective, I should use Y. Have you found anything of note, officer? No, sir, not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That is to say, none that stand out, sir. Not after everything was touched and walked over reading. Detective Gumshoe. Did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog? I'll, speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary review's coming up and all. Okay, we got a bunch of papers all over the floor. What is the officer you were taking pictures of, detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice. This is true, Shingo. We can't see Hobo Nick. No Hobo Nick in here. Alright, this seems like nothing. This is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one, too. Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? How do I run? Look at that Santi little jog. So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech. Same that happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, yammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake! I almost jumped out of my skin. That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy. What? You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always. That's funny. Okay, so nothing up here. No. I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai! The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something in it for everyone. Edgeworth is such a weeb. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party. It is a little odd, although, now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Okay, I guess the awkward thing about my camera is I might miss a few things here. Ooh, what is that? It's the flag of Zhengfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see it, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it. Flapping in the wind, it's immaculate. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? I give up. Come on, spill the beans. We can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference. It should be flapping in the wind, so it's like that this fell, maybe?
Take that!
I don't see anything strange, Mr. Edgeworth. Forgive me, detective, that isn't what I meant to show you. I'll have to compare the flags more carefully. Oh, I see, between the flags themselves, okay.
Take that!
It's like the flapping parts. Oh my gosh, I'm losing in trial 1. Is it not this gunshot? Or maybe it's the shape of the phoenix? But I've already shown off the hole, right? I'm so confused. I thought I already showed off the hole, but maybe just ask me about the flag. Whoa, look at that hole. You're right, sir. Okay, I feel really silly. And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. Bullet hole? You're saying a bullet went through the flag? That's annoying, because I did see that earlier. I don't think the flowers matter. Oh, whoops. Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses said he popped right up when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest the bullet struck through the balloon. This is sacrilege! I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. I love that Edgeworth gets more worked about the Steel Samurai getting shot. Oh, that's actually funny, Shingo. I kind of had a similar Maggie Bird thing my first time. in the second game, case 1. Okay, so it's time to use some logic. The flag with a bullet hole was popped the moment the gun went off. Retro. There was a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet, too. Which means the 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Woo! Look at that. Ain't no problem. Alright, on with the... Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figure something out, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she and why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. Hey, Kirito. We do not need to speak with some witness. Oh, we do need to speak to some witness to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are. Tabby Lloyd. Oh, that's funny. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to... Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about them ruffles? Where does a fella buy a cravat like that?
Hold it!
Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Dang. Here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Hey there, Emilio! Why, most certainly. Cannot! I beg your pardon? I can't just be handing out leads for free. That's just my livelihood. Oh, come on. Don't hold on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold on you? Well, if y'all gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Wait! Wait, for what exactly, huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. We're fresh out of moves here. I would have moves, I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words! Okay, I'm excited. I've never done logic chess. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. You think I could pull off a great gumshoe cosplay? I kind of think so too, actually, fun enough. Now we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not till you give me something in return. Okay, now I'm thinking maybe I should have moved my camera back up and just made it smaller. My opponent has dug herself in deep, her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. Edgeworth, just give her money! my man Edgeworth's like, I want to play logic chess. I don't want to give this woman asking for money any money. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated... Your fifth's gonna ask me something, will you dang well ask it already? I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Oh, this is the Prosecutor's Gambit. My chess. Commence! What is it you do? Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So do you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about? No, shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker, that's what you're insinuating. I'll bide my time a little bit. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways, it'll be once I bag me my first big scoop. Heh! I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang! Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles, you ain't gonna give little Tabby something first? Absolutely not. Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Okay, I'm not gonna arrest her. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared, I'm a pro. Takes more than a sign of a little gunfire to faze me. Heh. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the scene of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here, I saw it. Came report on the big speech, wound up reporting on a shooting. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation next. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got questions, you gotta give me something first, that's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. Time to deploy my clue. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang, never wore my shoes out running around on this one. Which is why I'm not just about to hand it over to the first person who asked me. I am not just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me, you ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet? And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. No, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Oh, dang it, this is my scoop you're messing with, my big break. Fine, sure. I record the whole darn thing. It's all right here, you got me. Oh, by the way, she has a KBS security shirt on. Checkmate. Wow, and there goes mental chess. Mind chess. Checkmate. Okay, there needs to be an Edgeworth chess set. I'm sure there is. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Thank you, Giratina. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Oh, that sounds cool, Sleazy. Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You play me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2 and be mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kind of like a second parent? That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the next 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give a star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse, and I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved. And the job of Chief number 2? I think not. Oh, you're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. Oh, for the sake of the scoop, huh? All right, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this round, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. Oh, a big fat Bowser piece. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. The President's speech. The President passionately addresses the assembled crowd as they're trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. We need a bad feminine. But feminine southern, okay, that's kind of tough, but seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him. Ah, yes. As well as he should be. It's a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these? Oh, there were these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. Well, I feel like she's got a dialect. Doesn't she have a southern dialect? The President thrusts his fists in the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you the solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. 2 gunshots. What the? Ah! 2 gunshots can be clearly heard. So, 2 gunshots were fired. Yup. And that tells us something. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, 1 hit the President, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. Okay, I definitely need to move my camera again.
Take that!
Wait, why is it not here? You sure about that, Ruffles? Watch your mouth, kid. Mr. Edgeworth's powers of deduction never fail. He takes the evidence, puts it together, uses logic, and bam! Out comes the truth. Can't wait to hear the logic behind this one. Well, sir, how'd you do it, sir? One moment, yes, it's alright, Ruffles, we all make mistakes. Okay, I guess it was the other spot, sure. I mean, I felt like up above was gonna be... That's weird, though. I guess it was one but wouldn't this have worked, too? Because they could fire in both directions. I don't know, so maybe we gotta go, like, right here.
Take that!
Wait, how come this didn't work? Okay, again, this is case 1. How am I losing to case 1? The 2 lines should converge in a single point. Because this is, like, not one line. Well, I guess it could be behind. I guess it could be behind if they missed. Right?
Take that!
What? Gang, am I dumb? I think I'm just dumb. Or maybe it's from this way, from the trees? Okay, look, to be fair, there's a lot of angles that could happen.
Take that!
I literally took me 5 times. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This doesn't even work? All of these are angles. Right? Like if you're trying to... This is a little embarrassing. And they wouldn't be hiding in the trees? Maybe I got the angle a little wrong up here. I mean, I guess they could be all the way off in this distance, but that's not a converging spot. You know? Okay, let's like read this again. If we draw a straight path along the path of each bullet, they should converge. The problem is you don't know what the, like, here? Like, is that what they mean?
Take that!
I'm gonna die to case 1. It's like, where are the... What? Wait. I'm so confused. I'm legit so confused. Like, this angle right here, this area right here feels like the most likely. Because you're trying to do these shots, right? But then this failed. The trees failed somehow. Right? Maybe there's like, maybe I have to be more specific. Like, how is it not this? Am I supposed to like... Like down here off in the corner? Oh my gosh, I'm actually gonna die. I'm blocking the balloon. Oh, is it the balloon?
Take that!
Okay, it's not the balloon. I'm totally gonna die to case 1. Okay, I guess I am blocking it. Even though I was here earlier? Was I supposed to pick the actual X on the balloon? Okay, I guess not. I'm blocking the view of another gunshot. Alright, let's like save the game. I'm just gonna die straight up on case 1. My camera's blocking the balloon. So it should be behind? But didn't I do that round 1? Maybe I picked the wrong direction. I felt like I did this.
Take that!
Alright, I'm dead. I actually just died. I'm curious what will happen when we die. This is so silly. I died on case 1. Ugh! No, it can't end like this. And yet, there's nothing more I can do. That was it, huh? And with that, the truth receded into the darkness. Alright, good game, everybody. Let's play a new game. No, I'm joking. Alright, well, we died. We died case 1. So that's sick. Where's the death counts? Okay, so let's move the camera then, I guess. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna shrink myself a little bit more. That's what I'll do. I'll shrink myself a little bit more. Alright, that's like pretty good, right? Maybe we won't be blocking the characters. If we draw a straight line along the path of each bullet, the two lines should converge. So you want me to put it on the X? Didn't I just do that though? Oh, I'll totally take a hit on this. I don't even understand at this point. I've pointed in so many directions. Because I pointed here earlier. Because the bullets, it's like you would have the perfect angle to get both shots. But I felt like this made even more sense. Because it's like they were trying to shoot. It's like they missed, you know? That's like what I really... I honestly just don't even get it. Where in the crowd can one hide and shoot both places without being front and center? Under the stairs? Wait, you mean like this? Like here? Is that what we think? Here? They hit the flag and the balloon. Yeah, which would mean they would have to be like in this direction, right? Comes from the crowd. Then maybe it's in this way? Like, is it the left side of the trees? But then why would they shoot that? Why would they shoot that way? I guess I never tried the left side of the trees. I mean, it certainly makes sense that, like, it comes from this general angle. If you're trying to, like, if you get both the balloons and the spot.
Take that!
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Shingo. I feel, yeah, that's, okay. Place our shoot on the left-hand side of the area. You're a genius, I am not a genius. You're a genius, Mr. Shingo. Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way first, I guess? I do, and what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it. Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief! I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd. I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you like. A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. And not this chief business. I am nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command. I somehow doubt that. Here you go, sir. It's already ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Ah, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief that is, she sends them running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Oh no. Clear view of everyone and that's the difference. Good point. Good point, Shingo. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam, no more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem with the inside. We're ready to get back to the investigation wherever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Winston Payne! Wow, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice, I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Ms. Lloyd? And where was that chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him and only him out through the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? Prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo! A popsicle stick! Gotta love the jokes they put on these. Detective. So, sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? Think we got something. Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir. If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too. When you spot something, just say the word. I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor. All right, let's see what we can discover. Wait, there's chest. This is a document of some kind. Stay frosty. We know who might be in the audience. What are we looking at here? Residential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. Any free food is gold. Poor guy. Rook and Knight. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhengfa. I heard he uses some private security for him. KGB, maybe? Just like our KGB, oh, is it KBS? Maybe KBS is different than KGB. Why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little Tabby Lloyd exclusive? You really know something? I sure do. I was over at their embassy not long ago sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Interesting, so he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Not a war reporter, yeah, this is true. This is true. But what was it doing dumped in the back? You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to the murder of national security. I'm sure it would be highly classified. Hey, there's something else in there. A gun. Whoa, my. What's a gun doing in here? Sir, this bag. It's gotta belong to the... Yes, it could very well have been disposed by our would-be assassin. A revolver. Would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amidst all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan, too. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. Wait, there was a scope. This is the grip. Held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. 2 bullets shot. Matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recorder. This is a laser sight. It can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here, Yep, definitely a red laser. Hey, they said, could the assassin have used a laser sight? That bag was a real find, huh? This goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. Nice work, detective. Now there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the result! Wow, that was fast. That was quick. You bet it was. Told the text it was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everything? Inside and outside, top to bottom, they even took the bullets out and dusted them. Should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Oh, so true, Shingo. Oh, it's a flag on the ground. So a soda. You're with one of the news channels? Yep. Can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? I wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. Just our luck. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. Ha! She's here already! Okay! Wow, look at her already coming here. Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds, but don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one and only Kay Faraday. Hero, only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy. Oh, see you, Junior. Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working on a case. The case of the Yatagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she did mention being fond of such things. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. So, Kay, are you really here to save the day? Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? And you better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl got to do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor's here about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. Ah, but I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time You two can chat later. Okay, can I see those pictures? Boo, fine, here. I was mad I had to wait till case 3. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos. People running everywhere. Wait, he's got the laser pointer on his head. The president and his 2 bodyguards. Okay, that one on the right has such a distinctive look. Knight and Rook. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you provided us with a vital clue. That does look like Omni-Man. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted? A contradiction. Huh? What now? I don't see nothing strange. Allow me to show you. Let's save. Okay, that actually does look like Omni-Man. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. Is it perhaps the angle of the red lights? First, to find the contradiction. Where's my evidence at? Yes, this is it. So is it because if they were down below, you couldn't get his forehead? Could be the... I feel like it's just...
Eureka!
How is that not a contradiction? Alright, I gotta reload, I guess. I should have saved a lot earlier than that. So is it the map, maybe? We gotta stop and think. Because it's like maybe the angle. Oh, that's true. Actually, you know what? This makes sense. The perfect shot of the laser pointer. I think it's like the perfect shot of the laser pointer wouldn't be possible from the map. Hey there, Vi. The dumbest contradiction in the entire franchise.
Eureka!
It's not that either? It's not the angle? Is there something different about the president himself? How do I look at my evidence? Can I just like look at my evidence? Or is it that he doesn't have a red dot on his head? Is that what this is? That the man's not supposed to have a red dot on his head? Is that what this is? Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clip, if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be. The real president doesn't have a red dot in his face. Get out of here. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you, Shingo. That is very stupid. After all that, but we have a laser pointer and everything. A big red birthmark? A big red birthmark? I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. Gang, we see a laser pointer! We see a laser pointer! Here I thought it was something important. The look on your face. You should know the road to the truth is paved with just seemingly trivial details. Alright. Duly noted, Chief. Okay, I don't know what to say about that. This man is jumping up and down, let me tell you. They call him the big red birthmark. Do you like my big entrance? Bet I really am your hero now, huh? Well, your evidence helped things along, certainly. I am the second Itagarasi, remember? All in a day's work. Kinda wish I could have showed you how far I've really come with my whole great thief thing. It's been 2 weeks. The training you mentioned. Don't worry, I haven't stolen anything yet, I promise. So the whole great thief thing is just on hold for now, anyway. Yeah, I wanted to get out there and start stealing back the truth just like my dad. But I still got a ways to go with my training. And I need to find some partners in crime. I hope she means that figuratively. I can't be the only girl in the world looking to pull off daring heists. True, but not many people are looking to pull off a career in larceny either. Yep, no doubt about it. You compare the pic, the red birthmark stands out. Though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing. That reminds me, I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial thefts. Funny, I don't remember that being the exact sequence of words I used. Why disturb a house when you can rearrange the furniture too? You say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material. You bet I did. Ain't that the kind of thing that happens on the regular. Oh, I have to use logic, don't I? I have to use logic. It's probably the birthmark and the quote-unquote birthmark on the gunshot. .225 on March 25th, I've been recording you live from the scene at Gourd Lake. What was that all about? Sorry, just making some voice notes. Alright, this is not important. Ain't every day got to report an assassination of the president. Got everything I need to write an article. The president really dropped to the floor. Officer said his bodyguards escorted him straight to the presidential plane. Okay, you are being so chatty. There we go. It was not a birthmark after all. It was a laser gun. Wasn't a bug bite. No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact the beam of a laser sight. Then our killer was aiming to shoot him square in the forehead. And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. That's got to do more than itch. Indeed, I fear the president may be even in worse danger than we thought. Why would the perp use a laser sight, though? He's right, you stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew, pew, pew. It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures. Yes, sir, right away, sir. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. Oh, this is that selfie! Might be more useful if you use half the frame wasn't taken up. Hee hee. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? She is so cute. Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. This one I showed you right before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after the last picture. I guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident. Not sure it's gonna be of much use, kid. That's all of them. Time to take a closer look. Any hints of the laser sight here? Ooh!
Take that!
There, I see it. What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood. Whoa, there it is. Indeed, that's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be the shooter, yes. We found them, and it's all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief, the truth. Hee hee. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. There he is.
Take that!
Look, right there. A red jacket must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed. Ah, the samurai dog stand. Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe, consider it cleared. Good, I'm counting on you. I love these animations. Stern Chibi Edgeworth. A lot of fun. Whoa. Whoa. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Edgeworth is so cool. This man has a gun. Now let us continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Yeah, that was a sick shot. Let's scour the scene. Ooh, what is that? What's this? A red button. Found near the samurai dog stand. Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Certainly seems likely. A birthmark on the floor. That's a birthmark on the floor. Oh my lord. Oh, what is that? Clothing? There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what is under the stand, please? Guess there's something down here, alright. Let's see. A red raincoat. This must be... Must have taken it off and hidden there. Man, one game for $3. It's a flimsy-looking food stand. Man, $1.50 hot dogs? Unless you're at Costco? Jeez. Wait, did you say I could have one? Yes. Why, is something the matter? No, it's just... I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir. Already did that. It says samurai dogs. Now with Sakura relish. Sakura? What does that taste like? Well, Sakura's cherry blossoms, so I guess maybe... Right, I suppose. What does Sakura really taste like? Nothing unusual about the left sleeve. Seems too neat to have been removed in a hurry. We've already looked at... Oh, hold on a second. The sleeve. It's inside out. The button is missing too. There we go. So it was. We have to use some logic here. Oh, whoops. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Huh. The right sleeve's inside out too. Seems it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off, no less. Logic connection button goes in sleeve. They disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately. Then they slipped into the panic crowd and moved from the light to the left side to the right side. Is it because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side? Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Only the right sleeve's inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. What does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? For to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Take a closer look at the inside. Detective Gumshoe. Bullet wound. This is a blood stain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury? Not just any injury, Detective, an injury on their left arm. Huh? How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just where we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there was a blood stain on the left side lining of the raincoat. Because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least we can say that there was a good possibility. Good job, Gumshoe, making some good logic there. Gumshoe was pretty dumb in the first game. I hope he's a little smarter in this game. Though it is quite fun to have him be silly. We gotta heal, we gotta heal! Let's go! No more game overs! You thought the coat had a birthmark. This is such a meme. Go search for likely suspects. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up. Even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that, you'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in the crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. March 25th, 3:27. Ward Lake. Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Way to nab the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more, understood? Okay, no jumping. But he's our shooter, sir, I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president. In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. Wait! No way! Is it Shelly the killer? Is this Shelly? No umbrella and a bandage on his left arm. Well, pal, state your name already. Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe? Not a name you hear often in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it. And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name. Of course, I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've been asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And the same would-be assassin happens to be happens to have an injured left arm, just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits, a battle of words. Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? Detective Gumshoe, if you've quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm. Oh, I'm so excited to hear this testimony song. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened up my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And so is that strange. Not everyone wears one, after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, show, or snine, it's my trusty parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So you see, I am not your would-be killer. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I am just a simple ice cream Oh my. Forgive me. My wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. He's literally got the shells on his jacket, too. I love this. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim.
Hold it!
So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury. I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. I still don't understand how you know who I am. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous. He probably read about you in the newspaper. I have also been observing you and your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right.
Hold it!
That looks like quite a serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly? Oh, not long. That's all you're gonna say on the subject? Well, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult. And stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work. I really like this, like, cherry eye snow cone. Do I have any umbrellas? So am I actually just gonna present? That seems too easy. Well, let's try it. Oh, was that easy? You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. Yeah, listen to this. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The coat does not belong to me. This feels like a remix. This is not the original DS, is it? You claim to have some sort of proof to support your accusation. Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I can prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence. The melting ice cream. Okay, again, John Doe can pull out a gun at any moment, can he? Oh, no, he can't because he threw the gun away. You see, Mr. Doe, there's a small amount of blood on the inside. Blood that belongs to our assassin. Attempted murder of a foreign leader causing a diplomatic incident, they'll throw the book at you. You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat, and that will be that. Hey, RPG. It's been a minute, dude. How are you? We have all the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhengfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I am aware, that is not a crime. I am no assassin, I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth? As if your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing, but that is not me. Oh, come on. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself? I am no assassin, I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. Okay, I wonder if... I'll press this. It was the ice cream. Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve after all. Shrub Ninja, hello! Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to the effect in the first place? I also wonder if this is a remix. It's been an eventful day after all. Huntress is here too! Look at that, everyone coming in. I know this is a strange hour for us, so it's really great to see you guys. Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zhang Fa was shot at. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yeah, that was my thought as well. That sounded kind of weird. If I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct, Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. Plus with keen eyes that don't open and a freaking zipper line on his face.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on the left was the first to move. Not as late for night, I agree with you, Huntress. I should try doing earlier streams more often. His name was Bastion Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely. No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. He's good. He didn't even flinch. Plus cover for Lakeside, eyes in the area. Rook responded in light of Knight's injury. Knight to immediately escort President. Rook repositioned. Wait, Rook got repositioned?
Objection!
As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely, only their surnames appear. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have. Seems pretty darn suspicious to me. Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said. Come now, miss. It's a little too early to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And he is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pals? Stop lying. This song is so awesome. I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes.
Objection!
And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. Should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him, although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove that I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, then why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? I wonder if he shot himself in the arm by accident? No, but that can't be the case, because there's only 2 bullets. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's got to be something you can do. Sufficient proof. Shocking scenes here as the culprit seems to escape certain justice. Seems the court of public opinion has spoken very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, may as well share what I know. What you know? What's his angle here? I saw another person with a red hood. Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person? Preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to the individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? Huh. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me and I wasn't even summoned. Payne? Are we about to interview Gaston Payne? Or Winston Payne? Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Oh my gosh, please, I want to prosecute him so badly. Or interrogate him. You see right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now. A man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you gathered is inconsistent. Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in the photo? How do I look back at the scene? Something is inconsistent. Is it the fact that the bullet didn't go in Winston Payne? I mean, I don't know. That's weird. Certainly the red dot is there, Shrub Ninja. You are right. But is that so weird? Because the gun... Oh! Oh, I see the angle! Right, we knew that the killer came from this area. It came from the left side? Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Okay, it wasn't that. But I was thinking maybe it was the angle in the crowd. I think it's a little too late for that, don't you? It's never too late. Picture shows Mr. Payne, the chief prosecutor, and our suspect. Presence in the middle of a speech. See, fired from the left side. But maybe that is of the left side. President addresses. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech. Is it the recording? The fact that we heard Winston Payne, is that the issue?
Take that!
Ah! Of course! The tape, it contradicts the photograph! Ah, so you've noticed at last. What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. But who? Tabby?
Take that!
Huh? Miss Lloyd? How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can be clearly heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. The birthmark is missing. Considering he was conducting a private conversation. Ah, there was two old guys standing right in front of me. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Whoa, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I ain't got nothing to hide. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Wait, this is an intense one. Now I was running all over, roving reporter style. Now it was a big old crowd. I guess the picture must have been when I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another. Oh, that actually kind of makes sense. So quick, give me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a big misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us, I know she wouldn't. But if she did, that would mean that she's our perp. Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me. I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. Yes, the Allegro, that's the word, yes. That's so cool, Shingo. Seems I have no choice but to present her with evidence and expose the contradiction. And like I was standing still, running around all over, roving reporting style. It was a big old crowd. The picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another.
Hold it!
So the fact that you are not in this picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I caught your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd. And that picture was snapped while I was off somewhere else. Look at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense. Your assertion, then, is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points. Time is everything. You learn that soon enough in this line of work. So I can prove the two things did happen at the same time. Her entire defense will come crumbling down. Man, listen to these with actual, like, violins and stuff, man. thrusts his fist in the air. But he, oh, I see, because his fist is already thrust in the air. Is that it? Picture thrust in the air and then the gunshots went off? Yeah, if the picture's thrust in the air, that she should be in this spot. Kwanzaa, remind me what you do for a living? I'm glad you're almost off of work. I don't know which one to present here.
Objection!
I guess that either work. And Unfunny, nice to see you. Hello. Good afternoon. Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie. And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. What? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows that something lines up precisely. Hands up in the air.
Take that!
See here, the president has his fist raised. And what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? I see, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have the choice? Oh, you don't make it easy. Do you, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment of the president raising his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrusts his fist in the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There! That's the moment right there. Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means Tabby should be in the picture too. And she is. Right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood? What? Zero shooter, huh? No, I don't even own a jacket like that. That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... We have already proven that the red raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happened to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along? Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. But we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Oh, look at that. There is a red inside. Oh, the best thing about it, like I said, if you get mud and scratch on it, you flip it inside out. It's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Eek! I like her little bear trap going up. Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red! That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal? Well, wait, I never even wore it that way around, huh? Perhaps you would allow us to examine it. We could confirm that for ourselves. And y'all are gonna confirm it? About how exactly? It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much have been established already. And as you yourself said, heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow or shine, it's my trusty parka. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry. Wait a second now, I got this big old backpack on me, see, so I can't take off my jacket, yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time? You think an excuse that week's gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. Well, what are you waiting for? You're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Who said that? Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the endgame. Oh! The bodyguards. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I better introduce myself. Okay, what a show-off. Name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. And second in command of a security detail. Eek! Revolver Ocelot. Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fat, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got 2 tidbits of news for you. This is quite the opening cutscene in the game. Or opening case. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that. Whatever, your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it. Catch you later, Sid. Oh, a fellow fan are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay, didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't! That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here, that means there's no longer a murder charge on the table. That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, 'cause I'd never. Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow, our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. Oh. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way. Rook is dead. A genuine loss. So, you're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms. Ah, heck no! I didn't do it, I didn't kill anybody, I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame. Castling? What's that even mean? It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king. Then why didn't you just say so? Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah. What? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news, and it's a piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only 2. The National Police Force of Zhang Fa will be handling things from here. What? You better be kidding, pal. This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? But that was a mistake, and a big one. Should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. No, no. I never did nothing, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Zhang Fa, justice is served one way or another. 0 trigger discipline, yeah. Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please. Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent, you gotta believe me. Oh. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal, she's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. What a gentleman you are, Edgeworth. Again, this is a long and cool first case. Eek! What? Huh? What the? Get your filthy hands off of... Woo! Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Oh my gosh. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. What? It's you. Ah, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer. The Killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. You know what, to be fair, I don't think Mr. Edgeworth saw him in person because it was the radio. They cross-examined. Yeah, the first time we met face-to-face. Yeah, to be fair. You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But... I miscalculated in certain other regards. You didn't bring a gun? Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? Can I get a mod to kill this wolver? What do you want from me? I'd like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. That is so suspicious. That is just like what happened in case 2, or in... He what? What are you up to, Killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. But why? Bastion Rook was a man of great skill. One with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get right close to the president. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around, that means I'm number 1. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do! I'm the leader now, me! If that's indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation. What will we do, sir? It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. A Bastion of Justice. You know, I was thinking Bastion like a castle and a Rook being a castle, but that could be a double entendre. Meanwhile, gather the officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there is no way can escape. Yep. Good job, Edgeworth. Yes, sir, you got it. Wow, look at that. An actual part 2 in case 1. This is already really cool. This is already really, really cool. And that The Killer moment? Oh, man. With the death of Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelly the Killer was in our midst. The case had taken a turn we could never have predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and that the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. Zhangfa presidential plane. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Ha! Sorry to disappoint, but did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we've already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. All right. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. Heh, you look like you could use a real help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. There's nothing else for it. Are we using Little Thief? Oh, really? You mean you're gonna solve the case for me? Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Let's get to scour this crime scene. Okay, I guess no Little Thief. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part up of the investigation as long as possible. I must scour the scene. Oh, that's a weird angle for that bullet hole. Oh, thank you, Shingo. I appreciate that. I'm kind of I'm not a very good voice actor, but I like doing... It's fun to do different things. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, she's got to break open the door. That'd be nice. Loss of blood. Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was a little too late. Anything about his gun? Also carrying a revolver. Probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there and no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this on loan from Zhang Fatsu? Sure was. We're always issued with the same model gun. Were these used as defense, like shields? A bulletproof... How do you pronounce that? Attaché case? They shield their clients from bodyguard. Or some case photograph too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Oh hey, there's the photo I snatched. You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? Ooh, interesting shrub. Maybe is it on the other angle? He doesn't have it in his hand. That's interesting. He doesn't have it in his hand. The victim, Mr. Bastion Rook. Hey there, Seikai! As soon as the other guys brought the president inside, which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll die and get posthumously promoted. Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth. I mean, bodyguards don't even operate in the same rank promotion system as the police. There are two large rectangles cut out in the floor here. I see hinges! An emergency entrance disguised as an emergency exit. Lower is roped on the ladder and make an escape. It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance, but disguised as an exit. We lost an Elite Beat Agent. I'm really looking forward to replaying that game, let me tell you. I love Elite Beat Agents. I would like to play the Japanese one too. Okay, seems like we've investigated everything. Oh, whoops. Yeah, let's get out of here. Someone's left an inflatable boat and oar here. Ready to go at any time. You can still row with one oar, you know. Oh, I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls. Then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was... I just knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is it really all it was? I've been doing well, Sick. I know it's been a minute since I've been last streaming, but really great to see you. And we're doing some earlier streams today. Not to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it one way or another. Thanks, Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you I'm not your chief? Oh, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were chief number 2. That's not what I meant. The president is on the other side of the door, and what a door it is. I bet I could get the better of it, though. Get the better of it. Doors aren't there to be beaten. Look how heavy it is. Just look at that lock. Sitting there begging for me to try it. Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked? For me to open it, of course. Precisely, for you to open it, of course. Wait. What is the right answer, anyway? What's this? Bank of monitors displaying camera feeds. What is that little bowl? It's like half of a bowl. What on earth is this? Oh, that is the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch. But if that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird. Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Are those shards of glass? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. One monitor is missing. That's right. She's got to open it. This one is all staticked out. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Well, that's us. There's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could not hope to approach without being spotted. But such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Whoa, you're saying you can get past cameras like that without being seen? Oh wait, I want him to teach Kay something. That's funny. Of course with these. You have to teach me how, yeah. Are you taking on apprentices by any chance? Kay, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you? Oh, sorry. Had to ask though. What a great skill for a great thief to know. Unfortunately for you, I am not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way exactly? This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself. Oh, interesting. They actually kind of tell you, yo, Neon, what's up? Neon, we gotta get you a remote job in a week. I must scour the scene. Oh, look at this thing. A curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression. It almost looks like a Shisa. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. We can always steal a glance. Spectator ear should be oh, it's a different one. So maybe one was Rook's and oh, this is from earlier. This is from a week earlier. On that March 19th. It's the same rough diagram. You now have 20 bucks. Let's go. So we just got to show the dates.
Eureka!
Oh, that's not it. Alright. I guess it doesn't matter that the date is different. Covered in case of amphibious assaults. Oh, shrub! You're right. Yep, you're right. Left versus right. Oh, whoops.
Eureka!
The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Hey, Hey, Tang, nice to see you. Because of what happened the day before, the killer tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. Look at him, he is such a badass. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we would have all been out of a job. Oh, because he choked the neck out, wow. But we made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too. But the killer still escaped. Wow, he is so hardcore. You were the first I overpowered, were you not? Oh, that's embarrassing. Shut up, kid. Ah, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you. Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I am somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. Hey! Blaze the best. Nice to meet you. He actually does look like Luke at me. That's kind of funny. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard? Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins on the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. How does that explain your change of position? Blaze, what's your favorite Ace Attorney game? Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. I told you. I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Are these like highlighters? Whoops. Oh, there's a bullet here. There's that bulletproof vest we were talking about, I think Shrub mentioned. This is what the president wears, huh? Must be wearing something special. To protect from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Okay, well, I've never played this, and I'm really excited to play it for the first time. How about your favorite case, though? If it's not in this game, maybe skip your favorite case of this game, but how about your favorite case in all the series? Would you say Farewell My Turnabout? That's my favorite. Or no, that's the Farewell My Turnabout is the end of case of this at the end of the second game. That is actually my favorite case. Which ironically has Shelly the Killers, right? Yeah, Farewell and Bridge. Yeah, Bridge the Turnabout's the last and the third one, right? Yeah, the one that Shelly the Killer is on is so good. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of an underrated moment in it, but I really like defense attorney Edgeworth versus Franziska von Karma. Let's try putting some logic. No, this is on PC. You know what? I haven't played the Great Ace Attorney games yet. Those will be the last ones for me to play once I'm done with this game. But I have some cool special editions of them. I guess you can't really see them in my photo. Thank you, Blaze. It's actually a lot of logic to pierce through. Premeditated. A bullet lodged in it. Is it the president's? Two bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. There's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible? How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there was one possible explanation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. No way! He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things would have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But if the president's okay, he's okay, he's made of strong stuff. Sounds like he didn't even need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. That's like a fingerprint, yep. By the way, are ballistic markings a real thing? They talk about them a lot in the Ace Attorney games. By examining the grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. You can tell all that from a bullet? What are we waiting for? I like the first game in, the first case in the third game is a lot as well with Mia Fey. Obviously, Turnabout Trump's insane. And if this is up there, whew, I mean, it's already up there. This Shelly to killer twist is so cool. The bullet hit solid armor. The impact would have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky to find anything left for forensics. Ah, good night to you, or catch you later, Neon Zaku. Stop the bullet that passed through. It was crushed flat by the impact. It's kind of interesting, Rook's gun versus the 6-shot revolver. Oh, whoops. I don't know if this is necessarily anything. The fact that they're the same model might matter. Actually, because it's not easy to acquire, actually. Is it possible night? The 2 guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely the other one we found is also from Zhengfa. The bodyguards all got their guns from Zhengfa authorities, right? Yes. Are they, like, super rare or anything? Actually, that's not true. The killer was on the squad earlier, so maybe he had used it. No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. Boo! And here I thought they might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Wow, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once. I only meant to point, if the guns were rarer, it would be easier to trace them. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. Wait, Shingo! Hold up, I think, were you in our stream when we played, the first, Ace Attorney Investigations game? Because I actually think maybe I showed you my, my Karain box. I feel like I've shown you that in the past. Somehow the memories are coming back to me. What's taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean... The most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the president? Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. This is what the killer wants, huh? Stop right there, the killer! You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you were watching us through your security feed, aren't you? Well, I'd love to hear that shit going. Obviously, today's an earlier time for a stream as well, so. That is if you value your bodyguard's life. Ugh. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this, let's all just calm down, alright? Come on, detective, where the blazes are you? Eek! The lights! What's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Ugh! Okay! You won't get away with this, to kill her. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, that shot was so cool. That shot was so cool. Worth. Stir. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Zhangfa presidential plane. I must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay! Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying. Detective! Did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, well, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? I called everyone back in to stake the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No. So it's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. Found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. A calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message. Doesn't that mean that he did the killing? The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. But you're not dead, sir. But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. Oh, I see. I thought he was talking about Bastion Knight. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now? Look at that big buff man. It would have been a shame for him to die so quickly. Mr. Dijong Wang. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijong Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhangfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Atagarasu case. See you soon, Kwanzaa. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. That's very kind of you to say. So he was watching. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall only say this once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs, and from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zhangfa's police force, finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still going to look to get me thrown off the case? What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhangfa's jurisdiction. You fail to see. Enough, puny prosecutor! You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no, 1,000 times no! I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered, and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you. Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? We actually handed the case evidence over? Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir. Right away. To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, the effrontery, the villainy. I didn't murder nobody. 'Cause Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no, 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness, there can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something, I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do. This is on our soil. This is not a Zhang Fa thing. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Ooh, is it time for chess? Oh, I'm excited. You're right, Shrub. This is so sketch. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Begone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objections by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he is insistent on Zhang Fa taking over. I agree. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. Why they're taking it over. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. I will not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own and none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. I'm the leader of Zhang Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You said that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force. I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Let's keep waiting, maybe. Huh. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. Oh, you have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant? I should keep that in mind. Could be a useful clue. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. Huh! You smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply upon here. Is that correct? That means the murder took place in this plane? Cease your objectionable whining. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable the moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You're right, Shingo. Back to back, too. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true. Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Heh. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is the sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victory. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. You believe that extraterritorial applies here, but can you prove it? Did you even understand what you are asking? Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of someone as myself. I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be safe from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of the crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zheng Fa! If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue. Let me try another tack for now. Surely you see that you've overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You only need to obey me. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There was no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. Whoops. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into. Worthless, meaningless bluster, some pathetic ploy. Uh-oh. I can't let him bully me on the back foot. I'm trying to show off that it didn't take place in here. Oh, did I mess up again? Oops. I guess I'll do the same thing. I'll just keep biding my time. Time to deploy my clue. There you go. I just had to do the same thing. Okay. I thought maybe it would change the dialogue options. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft. In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. Ugh! How could I have... bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president, the president! Hey there, Cocoa Bean, nice to see you! Checkmate. We have got a crazy scenario on our hands, Miss Cocoa Bean. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity of which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby... There can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. People of Zheng Fa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue. All that when he could have said, okay, you got me. Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence. Take it. Sad you missed it. And now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you would be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify. Whoa, whoa. That's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, then they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. That's... What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen and listen well. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged into the bulletproof vest I was wearing. Oh, that's odd. I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want to be made public. A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye. And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. Where was I? The stage. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Hey there, Silver! And bang, a shot rang out in a plain, unblemished balloon. Let's press that first. About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Huh. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. The same security plan we found inside the trash can, I assume. Rook and Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded. But was it red? Hold up, was it red? Because that was the balloon, wasn't it? Let's see. This might not be right, but let's check it out.
Objection!
Hey there, Chad! Nice to see you! We got Silver and Chad up in here. Hey gang, we're streaming early today. You say it was a plain red balloon that burst. But I strongly beg to differ. What? Take a look at this, I think you agree it's hardly plain. Wouldn't you? No! What? What is that? Huh. Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja 2. He's amazing. So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, the Steel Samurai. Bro, it is so hard, Chad. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm in LA as well, as you know. I've got a big, giant fan that you can barely see in the back. But the briefing mentioned two plain red balloons. And there they are, right in the security plane. I'm being, I'm just trying my best to be festive. Hey, Pizza Roll! By the way, Chad, if you want to come, let me know. Shoot me a message on Discord if you think you can make it. We're gonna have a ton of fun. If you have any questions, let me know. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it in an emergency replacement. Yeah, one of the stall holders appeared to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. Oh, so it was a samurai dog. Very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. Happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Is that Larry Butts? I'm doing well, Pizza Roll. I'm super excited for this game. He filled up the balloon. Ah. So while it was a steel samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir, we didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could he have really mistaken the steel samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. It's Twee! Who loves Ace Attorney? That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. We're starting early today. We're having a fun long stream today. The flags to the side of the view were flapping incessantly. Yes, those two flags. They were being blown back towards me. There had to have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in such a fashion. Oh, it's real. It is real, and he's a legend. Okay. The wind blowing back there. Let's think about how the wind could have mattered. Honestly, again, big shout out to Shrub. He's the freaking coolest. But how are you, my friend? I hope you're doing really well. You should come out. You're still in LA, right? If you want to join us, I don't know if you saw that message. I don't know if you just popped in, but the wind blowing. Yeah, because how could the bullet have gone through this way? The bullet was in the chest of the steel samurai. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down. But the wind had previously been blowing the flags, as it described. A certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Come check that out. You should definitely come out. It'd be super fun to have you. I mean, the Steel Samurai, right? Okay, I guess not. It's just weird that his chest was popped, but they're saying that the other way went around. And a piece of evidence that shows the conditions. Oh, would that be the photo, maybe? Oh, the flag. What about the flag? Yeah, the flag should have been blowing. The flag should be blowing? Or I guess the flag is blowing in this case? I don't know if that's what matters, but... Yeah, right? Because we're talking about the bullets, the trajectory of that bullet. Early reduced, the bullet had struck the Steel Samurai balloon, and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. Hey there, Dashi! Is that Emma Sky? Or is that... That's so cute. But if the flags were blowing, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way, if the flags were pointing the other direction. Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the only reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Wait, is that even possible, though?
Take that!
Is that even possible? He was on stage. Mr. Knight. What? The path from the balloon back from the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. Wait, this is so confusing. How is that even possible? But that's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? Oh, we're just talking about the balloon shot. That might not matter that much. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edgeworth, we put up with a lot from you. But this? Maybe he was trying to fire back at Shelly to kill her? Or President Wang's bodyguards? What were pieces to put on the board to protect the king? I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof! Proof it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags. Oh, we have the photo of it. We have the photo of it.
Take that!
He's fresh out of mercy. Huh. This should be good. Which picture? Where? Well, we can literally see it.
Take that!
Oh, was he trying to reflect the bullet with the laser points? Was he trying to reflect it off of his bulletproof case? There we have it. Proof it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon? Making him the assassin? Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? Watch how you answer, I might aim for something else next. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If we can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. But it's the same bullet, too, right? It's the same gun? That fact alone changes everything about the case. Yeah, I'm not sure, Shrub. Why did his position change? I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose the plan hadn't changed. The knight had remained posted on the left. And given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, did Knight just want to kill Rook so that he could be number one? Is that what he wanted? He orchestrated an attempt to kill the... Hold on a second. We made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change. Changed on the president's orders so Knight could pop the balloon? If I'm reading this right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had knowledge that it would have been someone's he would be in the crosshairs today. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such a heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president didn't want us to consider. There was only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. This is crazy. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. Huh? Idiot. You don't understand what you're saying. Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It's simply the truth as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with a specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon was guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. Oh, but Knight ran in the way by accident? Knight didn't know any better? Was it an accident? I'm willing to bet the bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullets. Yeah, just want to be a hero, maybe? I know he had a lot of political enemies, so maybe he was unpopular, so maybe he wanted to bump in a sympathy bump. We can expect to find Mr. Rook's traces of blood. But you said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph, the person with the red hood.
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then where does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood. I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was with the whole scheme. But I can say now with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. That's right, then I was tasked with turning on your jacket inside out. Thus making the mysterious red-headed shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have appeared to be the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. And then why did Shelly the killer get involved? Well, then the case would have gone cold. Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. What? Wow, no. No. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? Oh, if that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. Oh, how could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight! Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight and protecting my king. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't, would he? Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that? In front of a crowd of thousands. The deflection of the bulletproof. The case blocked it. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. Yep, as we see in the photographs. Mighty specific. His briefcase.
Take that!
My attaché case. Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? Attaché? Yes, take a look at case photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
And he's a skilled marksman. You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. But the theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. Yeah, Jacob, you're right. It's all just speculation, circumstantial at best. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have had a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics on it to see if it matched my gun. But no, the bullet's at the bottom of the lake. You gonna go dredge it up? I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought, now maybe now you can shut your mouth. Tabby! Miss Lloyd. Of course. She could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. She probably got paid big time. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Oh, no, never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd. I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not? Dang it. I can't stay quiet any longer. Hey! You understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I should have showed you this before. What is it? It's the laser pointer I used on the president. Well, that's all I done. I ain't never shot nobody. You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice. It was him, he told me to do it. I was at Jane Falls Embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. It was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. But what about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and a point there, that there shooter and pointer at the president. Dash, this is not a courtroom. This is real life. Never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm truly sorry. I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. Ugh. What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, hmm? So let me get this straight. You told Tabby if you let slip about her fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that. Of all the dirty, I said no such thing. This guy. He looks so sad and give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt. I do. I'm sorry. But why? Why do something like that? My popularity's been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what I did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies, all of it. And the bullet in the vest? It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. Okay, we are still updating our evidence. Even though he's confessing. But why? What was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job. This is one thing I don't understand, though. And what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? Oh. If the whole thing was fake, how'd he wind up getting killed for real? I actually feel really bad for him. That's true. And therein lies the real question. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust. Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow. Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir? I believe that's for me to say, detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have done well to listen to him. Oh, this is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. What was so great about him anyway? You don't say. You don't say. He was just another piece on the board. There to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that really went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most. I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that that spineless fool, Rook, is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, Genius Strategist Grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are and they always will be. That's quite a statement. Especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you. And that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you onto this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's what he always wanted. But he did die protecting the president? Or did he die? Wait. I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Ah, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second? That wasn't me. Not true. We found the real assassin, but not to kill him. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily-white queen over there. What? Oh, she's so cute. Miss Lloyd? Again with this? I'm not your danged assassin. But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can? It can only belong to you. These are hard guns to get. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president. I left Rook here in the room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Ms. Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and he'll lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling it. From this is where our battle really begins. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? Nope. We kept him in the dark on the details. So he really thought the president was in danger? But wait, he must not have noticed that the shot came from right next to him. Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so we had no choice but to go along with our little performance. I left Rook in this room while I secured the president. As soon as I shot the balloon, I rushed over to help. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground.
Hold it!
Let's see. Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut, though. I guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. And thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't now to save your good name. I call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it? An honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I'd say. Sorry, but that's just how it is. A single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Objection!
Okay, we gotta press more. I was thinking that the trajectory was no good, but based on the other spot. Let's press him more, too. Let's do some pressing.
Hold it!
So the second shot had nothing to do with you. Right. That was fired by your little friend. So I guess it's the fact that 2 bullets in the chamber. Yeah, 2 bullets in the chamber. That's not so bad. Yeah, what's his name? Dijin Wang? Something like that. Dijin Wang. Your rule is to aim that laser pointer. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows? Maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. He fired one shot and Miss Lloyd fired another. Implying that Tabby also had a gun. Beats me where she could have gotten one from, but hey. Alright, let's get him. Let's get him, gang.
Objection!
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, what you proposed would match up with the total number of shots heard. Oh gosh, the gun fell from the gun was shot twice. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from the gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody faked the evidence. Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as though both shots came from this one weapon. I see, so that's why it's got 2 spent rounds. Precisely. As we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Heh, nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You come this far, spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook.
Take that!
Not the killer? Alright, I guess it's Knight then. Knight by accident. The gun we found in the spectator area. Somebody just needed to look that way to throw us off the scent.
Take that!
You, Mr. Knight, you're the one who murdered him. Ooh, finally got the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works?
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe the room through your security feed. The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. And that's what you did this time too, right? Well, what's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, President Wang. Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and, oh, it's just too much. Kate's look on her face. Oof. That there is sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. Ahem. Mr. Knight, you say that you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old halfwit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day? I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. And today another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe. But can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare ya. Well, what are you waiting for? Ugh! There must be something, mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's... Please, Ruffles. I messed up, I know I did. I should have never done what I did, not even for a scoop. But murder? Nah, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body. Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Huh. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is not in my possession. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over. However, it is here in this room. As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body at 2%. But where did it end on its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. And Gooba's here! How are you, Gooba? After passing through his body, The bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. This is a crazy story. You guys are coming in the tail end, but it's crazy. He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as though it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet may have ended up? This is interesting. This was planted ahead of time. But maybe it isn't.
Take that!
Okay, I guess not. Trying to pull a bullet out of it? Not today. I'm afraid you'll have to wait a little longer for that. Alright. This is where Mr. Rook was killed, I'm sure of it. Oh! The monitor! The monitor! The monitor! Yeah, it's not in Mr. Rook. I think we checked earlier, but I think the missing monitor. I'm doing well, 2%. I'm so excited to finally play this game officially localized. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around the airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because of one of the monitors. It's missing. Ugh. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing now, though. It appears someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. Well, where did it go and why? The why is easy enough to answer because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed. I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. My president. Extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this! Rook this, Rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else. The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. I had Eggman's voice in my head. Look at his beer belly sticking out. Sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullets. Let's see. If I put my hand in here and just... Gumshoe, are you putting your hand inside a... Wow. Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the Spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. Victorious Maestro, hey, nice to meet you, dude. Welcome on in here. Are you a big Ace Attorney fan? Big Mega Man fan? What? No pithy... Is it pithy or pithy? No pithy comeback. Thank you. Welcome on in here. What are your favorite games and movies? Detective, I have forensics and analyze the bullet for striations and compare them. I know, that's what I was thinking, Cabo. He's just like... Oh, he's too funny. You know what? For what it's worth, he may be a dingleberry, but, you know, he gets the job done. Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say. Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun, probably from when I handed all the evidence over. Now, for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullets are a match with the weapon. What? But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on. There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullets. How? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. 2%, I'm playing through every DS game, so eventually it'll happen. What's the matter? You think you had me backed in a corner, didn't you? Guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed in a corner here is you. This is the craziest first case ever. I love it. Yep, if you save up your channel points or a $25 donation, either of those things will make me play the DS game earlier, but I will always do it in alphabetical order otherwise, so eventually we'll get to them. There's no denying it. Listen to this music. Forensics proved the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves you a little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer and you just proved it. It's probably the killer, right? The killer took the gun, maybe? Your move, Edgeworth, but remember two things. One, where you found the gun. And two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. How did it come to this? Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it. Is there? Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce. Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth. I did stream it. I've streamed 2 of them, 2%, and I'm gonna beat them too. I haven't beaten them yet, but I will.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine. The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kind of has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no? Even so, I simply cannot accept that. That means it was fired and then disposed of. There isn't, so what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't match. What is it, Kay? I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. You seem very sure about this. Call it my great thief's intuition. Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... As someone who believes the evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be... If something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. It is so anime. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now hand over the evidence you've gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. Look how cool he used to look. I'd do as I say if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line. Oh, when he hands it over, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime.
Take that!
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Switch for the other. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found. Not anymore, it's not.
Objection!
Admit it! You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along. Heh. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And? You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can. And put it on your own. That is so clever. That's actually very clever. Then not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of this one that we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered. But much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is. Huh. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I'd imagine. Gun is the same model. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Let's try that out. I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? Oh, he reloaded it once. This old girl here? Well, now. Oh, Goobahead, I never heard of that. That's interesting. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it? But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course. In order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, think it's about time he did the right thing and resigned. Don't you? Game's all but done, see? Let's press this first.
Objection!
Something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. Wait, so we do have proof, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Think, Miles, think. You got the goods. It's now or never. How do we prove we swapped the guns? So it's this fingerprints? Fingerprints on the bullets? Well, let me see. Did that update? Whoops. Did it update the evidence here? Yeah, tell me more about the 2D Star Force project. That's interesting. They're trying to make it Battle Network style.
Objection!
All right, bummer. Doesn't hold water. Maybe it's your head that's holding on water. Okay, the issue is the fingerprints, right? Fingerprints, no time to swap. Maybe we should keep pressing a little bit longer. It wasn't a necessity. Sure can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about him. Not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? Easy use, no spent chasings. What games are you looking for, 2%? Wow, since 2020, I did not know about that. What team is doing it?
Hold it!
Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Don't go making accusations you can't back up, or your daddy never teach you that. The facts are in my favor. So,
Objection!
there we go. The gun itself. I was dumb to not do that earlier. I have your proof right here. That's your proof? Think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. Looking forward to this? Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook, the bishop? Not a pawn, surely. Fingerprints. Namely your fingerprints, Mr. Knight.
Objection!
My fingerprints, pah! Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there? What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There was a place where your fingerprints could never have left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Look closely at the cylinder, Detective. 2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we've been looking for? You did very well indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Besides, the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. Beardsley, what's good? There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus a few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. I can't believe his the nervous tics of the character animations are part of this. This is so cool. I don't think I've ever seen that in Ace Attorney game. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one from which we fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. Beardsley, I had no idea there was a World of Warcraft expansion recently. I didn't. Checkmate. No. 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 Wait, what? I was gonna be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. Look how competent Gumshoe is. Curse you, Edgeworth. Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. Although he does have a gun, and he has the skill to use it, the next move we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair! It's not fair. Good job, Edgeworth. You didn't get shot. Look at him getting buff again. Gourd Lake. That's such a funny place. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to her. Thank you so much, Huntress. Thank you. That's so sweet of you. Have a wonderful good night's sleep. Enjoy your German sleep. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused. But I can rely on you, can I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that we can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. Good night to you, Huntress. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help but thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you'll have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. And I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But, when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhangfa. You will always be welcome. Be nice to see Shilong Ling again. The good white noise. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Lloyd, the accusation of a murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak with you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know, and I'm awful sorry about everything, truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. There sure are. Got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth, that was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum, earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Dang, you one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well I should be. This case is not over yet. Isn't it? How come, sir? Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over.
Take that!
The Killer's calling card. Mr. the Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. Spicy! Alright, gang. This game, that was a crazy first case. Like, that was an absolutely crazy first case. Kirito, nice to see you! Thank you, Kits. Thank you, Kits. The Captive Turnabout. I'll probably keep going for maybe like 2.5 more hours. That'd be my that's what I would say. They silenced him. Dog. Oh, this is fun. Are we gonna actually investigate the prison system in this game? That's wild. Yeah, I was thinking Chrono X2. What is it, Gooba? Something brand new? Still no sign of them, huh? Yeah. How long do they intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure the guard will bring him in any second now. The killing of Bastion Rook. It's been 2 days since the incident at the park, and today we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight, who has been charged with the murder. His trial is due to start tomorrow, and I am to be the prosecutor behind the bench. What's taking so long? You there, what's going on? I don't know, sir. I'll go and check. We've got a situation. It's not Knight. He's been killed. Epstein? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Right. Guard, take us to the scene of the crime at once. Yes, sir. So it didn't happen in the holding cells? What's the holdup? The crime scene's this way. Look at this vault. Does this door lead to the prison proper? Yes. You mean those other cells aren't part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are the detention center's holding cells. That's where defendants are kept while they're awaiting trial. The area beyond this door serves a different purpose. It's where the people who are convicted serve out their time. I suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. I've unlocked it, sir. Please follow me. Okay, it'd be fun to see some old villains in these prisons. Wow. That's Knight, alright. But he's dead. How could this have happened, and how did he wind up inside the prison proper? Right, because he was supposed to be in the detention center. This is horrible. How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? I can hardly believe it myself. But there can be no doubting the evidence of our own eyes. What's he doing here? I thought he was being held in the detention center, no? He was. He must have been. His trial hadn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. No way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wandered over? The detention center and the prison are separated not only by 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. That would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. Suppose we better take a closer look at Knight's body. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully. Is that a checkered wallet? Bronco Knight. Killed the day before his court date. Oh, it's a chessboard. He does love chess. Is that... Oh, I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a chessboard. I'm sure you have a detective. The victims, I'd imagine. Makes sense. He loved chess after all. Yeah, would have been a good way to pass the time. Ugh, his neck brace is soaked with blood from the hole in his neck. I would assume that's the cause of death and that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. Some small cuts on his scalp, too. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was stabbed in the throat? It's possible, but it's too early to say with certainty. Okay, you have your camera with you, correct? Could you lend it to the detective? His clothes sure are a mess, though. Indeed, they appear to be covered in dirt. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, detective. What's up with this glove? Rubber glove. Yep, just the one though. I should examine it in more detail. In more detail. Mud all over. Maybe they were making mud pies. Inmate use only? Yeah, you're right, Shingo. I guess that means it must have been one of the prisoners who was using it, right? Yeah, you would certainly imagine so. The fingers are covered in blood on this side. It was dropped sometime after Knight's blood had been spilled. Had it been on the floor when the pool of blood was forming, then the blood would have flowed around it but not underneath it. Meaning there'd only be one band of blood around the edges of the fingers. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body. Maybe our murderer ditched it after they did the deed. Certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was dropped it, and they must have seen the body. You there! Yes, sir! Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir! The prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued these with gloves are under strict orders to keep them in their cells. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission. And we always check. I suppose that would explain why there are not any other gloves in the workshop. What is up with these ropes and blankets? A dirt-stained tarp, and there's a rope on top of it. Is he tied up with the rope somehow? We should take a look under the sheet as well. Look at all that red stuff. I'd say that's blood. We should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover, I'm sure. I've wrote it on the pocket chessboard. Oh, his hand has got something. Something on his finger. Let's take a closer look. It's a ring, and an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Okay, we did all that investigating. It's a sink. Nothing useful in there. This area is weird. What's with all the weird equipment? I'm not seeing anything particularly suspicious here. Like poison? I didn't know you had such a keen nose. Nothing special, really. Except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. We would happily steal someone else's. I'm not sure that's entirely reassuring. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Fortunately, I can use... Oh, I can look up and down. Okay. We'll start with the hook. It's a pulley. Absolutely not, Kay. You are not permitted to swing on the rope. Weird having something like this in a prison, huh? Technically, Kay, this has this has whip dungeon vibes. Basic nature of investigation is the pursuit of accurate facts and information. I mean, we got a whip here, straight up. The tarps are rather colorful. They kind of stand out in a room like this, don't they? They don't look like they belong in a prison. And there's a whip on top of them. You know that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers. Maybe she left it here. Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist, trust me.
There was a rope near it.
A rope escape trip? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in needed saving. I sure hope I'm not blocking my camera. This part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints. Too many footprints, unfortunately. We need a specialist to identify them. So we just gotta wait till forensics gets here. In the meantime, if you could refrain from treading all over it. Wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jagged dirty, huh? Good point, Mr. Edgeworth. Anything out of the ordinary to report, officer? Yes, there's this one thing. A body in the workshop, sir. He's right, that's definitely out of the ordinary. If anything else occurs to you, you know where to find me. Is it time to put some logic together? Oh, we have a lot of YouTube friends. That makes me happy to hear. I honestly can't really pay attention to it. Nice to see you, Zeta. These tarps have a pretty distinctive design. In fact, it's the same design as the bloody tarp around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words out of your mouth. That'll teach you to be careless. You need to keep your treasures close when there's a great thief around. Even though you were on sabbatical. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together, right, Gummy? You betcha! We're unstoppable. A regular Three Musketeers. Let's not get carried away, Detective. There's one thing we still haven't figured out. Huh? What do you mean? What's missing from this crime scene?
I see no sign of a murder weapon.
You're right, didn't even think of that. Come now, Detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. Hadn't crossed my mind either. A fact that hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, we wouldn't want inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Mr. Edgeworth. What was the murder weapon? And where has it gone? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Huh? Didn't know the guy had a whole entourage. Excusez-moi, but this is the scene of the crime, right? Okay, I have a friend who looks just like this guy. Wait a second, are you? No way. Those piercing eyes. That furrowed brow. Mr. Fender. It has been far too long. I know, right? But even after all this time, I know that deep bow anywhere and that neck wear obs. Manfred von Karma, the man, the legend. Gotta say, didn't expect to see you there. What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edgeworth? Wow, guess that explains the fresh face. Heh, can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, eh? Been away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Whoa, where did that come from? And who are you anyway? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Enchante, as they say. Fender's the name and defendant's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Gumshoe. And I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. I'm on sabbatical at the moment, though. A great thief? Wow, that's so romantic. Très chic, if you will. Right? It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise. Sounds awesome. I'd love to hang with you guys if y'all have me. Sorry, I should have mentioned it's girls only. And it to be super fun and super cool, and... Hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in. You've got to be kidding me. My bad, my bad. I'm just so used to how they do things elsewhere, you know? And why are you here, Mr. Fender? Whoops! Almost forgot this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is strategy number 1 in the Von Karma playbook, after all, isn't it? Wow. Hey, quit with all the Von Karma stuff, pal. What gives?
Hold it!
Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is unfortunately understandable. It is. I take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney? Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I was supposed to be anyway. So he was planning to represent Knight if his client hadn't been murdered. He and I would have faced off against each other in court. I better see what he has to say for himself. So the victim asked you to represent him? Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I. But a guard showed up instead and told us that his body had been found. I'm as bummed about as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up. Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food in the prison. Heh, oh yeah. Well, it's here now. Want some? Little vice I picked up on my travels. Some moreish. No, thank you. Fine, you do you. What are you doing here anyway? Don't tell me you wanted to hear Knight's side. Von Karma was always more of a convicted defendant at all costs guy. He didn't teach you that? That was a long time ago. If you say so. Sure you don't want any weenies? No, thank you. Okay, this guy is an interesting one. Uh-oh. I feel like I should show my attorney badge. Huh? For me? You shouldn't have. I always wanted to rock one of these my lapel. Thanks, you're a star. I never said I was giving it to you. I'm just hanging your chain. Already got a badge of my own, see? You don't wear your attorney's badge? Once in a blue moon. Goes nice with my winter coat as it happens. Oh my gosh, Dubio! Nice to see you, dude, with a year! Yo! Dubio with a year, nice to see you! Whoops. Have you met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The Bronxster called me the minute he was arrested. Sounded really freaked out, man. Oh yeah, I mentioned your little performance, too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. And not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talk is something fierce. Can't say I didn't join in the fun, though. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Lighten up, kid. Kind of a fixture in the visitor's room here. Don't think I've ever had that much of a guess. No, you're good, Dubio. I was off stream for like 2 months, so don't even sweat it, my dude. Great to see you, man. Oh, 12 months. I can't believe it. A full year. Oh, so you come here a lot. Hey, don't go getting the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. The visitor's room is usually where I'm at, but this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either. In which case, I better ask him what he knows about this room. How have you been there, Dubio? What have you been playing? What have you been up to? What do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room. No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. Is it a recreation room? Or recreation room? Whoops. Okay, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I thought it meant like a recreation. Oh no, you got it wrong. This is actually a workshop. So all the options you gave me were wrong. How infantile. The cons here come to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too. Bank some qualifications for when they're back on the street. I see, and how is access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edgeworth. I don't have all the answers. My man over there probably does, though, right, compadre? Yes, sir! The workshops aren't locked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through a workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelet. And if they're not supposed to be there, ding-a-ling-a-ling, an alarm sounds. Put some respect on Hobo Phoenix's ring. They try to break or remove the bracelet, a shock 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. Oh, this is like what is the Prosecutor in the 3DS game? Oh my gosh, what's his name? Simon Blackwell. If they wish to pass through a door like this one, prisoners need to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for him and let him in. You got all that? Have any prisoners used the workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I'd know if they had. Yeah, Simon Blackwell, exactly. So no prisoners have entered, let alone used the workshop today. Which means... I'm sorry, I didn't mean the detective. I was referring to how he would sometimes get shocked in the courtroom. There's a contradiction in the crime scene. Yes, he does not have his bracelet on. He should absolutely have his bracelet on. I don't know if it matters which side.
Eureka!
What? Is that not it? Am I supposed to pick the other one? You know, it's funny because Fulbright is a way to do it. Because actually, I think that's what Simon called him, right? Something that shouldn't be here. Oh, hold on a second. Again, he doesn't have a bracelet on. Prison issued equipment. I'm confused. Something present that shouldn't be here. Whoops. Keeping the wrong buttons by accident. The rope, maybe? Should the rope not be here? No, that's not true, because they have a... Oh, the tarp. Stored in Workshop A.
Eureka!
Okay, that's not. The ring shouldn't be here, maybe? Did I do that wrong? Holding cells, detention, connecting corridors. Workshop A. I mean, I feel like the tarp also shouldn't be here. Maybe it's the layout on the tarp?
Eureka!
No? Is it really this arm that doesn't have the bracelet on? I mean, he should have a bracelet.
Eureka!
Oh, Shingo. Oh, Shingo. I wish that Apollo got to interact with Clay Terrain. I wish when they did the re-release of Apollo Justice, they added a 5th case like they did with the first Ace Attorney game. It would have been fun to see him interact with him, you know? Okay, I feel really dumb. Prison issued equipments. Oh, catch you later, Shingo. Thanks for hanging out as long as you have. It's been really fun getting to see you again. Every nook and cranny, for sure. Maybe like the mud on the dirts? The mud on the glove? Stained with blood and mud. Prison issued equipments. Where is the man's bracelet? But yeah, catch you later, Shingo. I'll see you real soon. Prison issued equipments.
Eureka!
Oh, the ring, though. Wait a second, the ring. Because he wasn't wearing that ring when we first met him, maybe? I'm stumped, I admit. Something at the crime scene that shouldn't be here. The tarp, the blood, the ring. I mean, we're in a workshop right now. I don't know if it's specifically Workshop A. Prison issued equipments. The blood in the mud shouldn't be here?
Eureka!
There we go! Prisoners aren't able to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets and the alarm would sound. What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. And yet, here we have a rubber glove, the kind that was issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. So where'd that glove come from, sir? I don't know, Detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know is that for now, the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. You. Apart from the prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison, after all. Prisoners and guards are pretty much all there is. Mr. Fender. Come on, don't play us like that, friend. We both know that's not true. You know as well as I do that prisoners and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Huh? Do you mean... But sir, they're... Mr. Fender, would you please care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What? You don't have a pair of peepers in that hard head of yours? You didn't see them on the way in? Wandering about in the corridors, chilling with their buds? I bet if you mosey on out of that door right now, you trip over one of them before you take a step. Listen, pal. We just had enough of your baloney. Take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. He reminds me of Owen Wilson. You know, for such a wide fella, you got a very narrow mind. What did you...
Hold it!
Detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing. Isn't that what they say? This is no ordinary slammer. What? Here the humans share their space with some special friends? Animals? What the heck? What the heck is this prison? This is our little experiment in animal therapy. The cons are assigned a critter each, a buddy to help them keep their spirits up. Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun. Plus, inmates can even earn pet care qualifications if they go through some job training. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. Hey there, Kwanzaa, you came just in time. What the heck? The room's set up especially for that training stuff. So, when you said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime... Exactamundo, big guy. I was talking about these guys. That means you're still talking baloney. What would an animal do with a rubber glove? Good question. All I'm saying is that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, if you want me to arrest this piece of baloney, just say the word. Let me get this straight. Are you saying these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know those sensors on the doors? They detect the prisoner's bracelets and sound the alarm when someone goes walkabout. Well, for our furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open the doors straight up. They are? Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila! What? Doesn't it hurt? Nope, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now, where was I? Alright, so the point is, they're not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. It's ironic, really. Here in this institution where the humans are caged, the animals are free to roam to their heart's content. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sensor on that big mouth of mother of a door, you see. Ah. Huh? What's that tinkling sound? Sir? It's this dog. It's this dog. Just look at that thing. And is that a bell around its neck? That explains the sound, I suppose. Woof! Woof woof! Mr. Edgeworth! Were you seriously trying to stare it down? I refuse to lose to a dog. Nah, for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat him right. Come on now. Come to Gummy. Man, ignored by a dog. That dog was certainly very different to the other animals. And it seemed to have a real thing against me and only me. Alright, then you met the menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed, we need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found. And let's start with that guy. Hey, you there in the cell. Ignored again. Hello, we were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident. Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy? Yeah, not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man. I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a big hug to break the ice. Seconds out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's the hugging type. I'm cool with that. Fender, he's in a prison. You gonna hug him through the bars? Wait. This guy looks like Terry Falls from the third game, but I don't think so. I think he died of poison. What is this man up to? Better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? From the blue corner. It's Rocco D259 Carcerado. Rocco Carcerado. Don't mind if I keep doing that. You see? Fighter can't let his heart rate drop, see? Look at that little... It's like a little polar bear or like a little doggy. Doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry, you'll lose too much weight. Gotta make weight before a fight, boss. Won't even make it to the ring if you don't. Oh, you're good. You gotta be a boxer, right? Was back in the day. But it's good to stay fighting fit. Leastways, that's how I see it. So, is the bear part of your training too? He looks kind of like an apron. So cute. Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. Because my partner, see, this here polar bear keeps me on my toes. He seems to have loosened up a little. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident? Come on, boss. I ain't no stoolie, and I don't know nothing know-how. I'll be the judge of that. Please answer the question. You punch drunk or something, boss? I told you. I don't know zip. Ugh. So he won't play ball. Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, the more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am that he's hiding something. Alright, let's see exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerado? Let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. When my opponent's on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. First, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements, and bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him. Mind chess commence. Why don't you start by telling me what you've done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerado. What? You want a shot at the champ, is that it? Then put him up, pal. Throwing in the towel already, that's gotta be a record. Fisticuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you on in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? I was thinking of incarcerated. But I wonder what the Rocco part of it is. I guess we'll figure out. Haven't you noticed yet? You're backed into a corner here. Oh, I guess not. Get a load of this guy, Teddy. Thinks he's got the champ on the back foot. Guess I better knock some sense. Should've just kept mine. I ain't tired, not today. Especially not today. I took it real easy this morning. Give me a break, will ya? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah, real tired. You may have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerado. But I'm afraid your lying needs quite a bit of work. Tired, really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not if you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Ooh, well, gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. I should try asking him about what was happening at the time, both in and out of his cell. I won't need to use my fists in this next round. No, I'll deliver this knockout by using carefully chosen words alone. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? Haven't you noticed yet? You're backed into a corner. Oh, nope, okay. What were you doing here? Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. The incident happened only a short while ago. You seem wide awake, all things considered. Fighter's gotta be able to get up quick when he's down. But he needs his beauty sleep too, builds muscle. If that's so, then I apologize for waking you. I've read that rest is an important part of any boxer's training regimen. Or regime. You don't say. So Mr. Prosecutor's savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we said out here in the corridor. Which means you weren't asleep and that you are lying again. You're good, kid. Caught me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it. I wasn't catching no Z's. But what? Guy can't work out in a cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact that we now know he was awake is an important development. Could well prove to be a useful clue. Get the heck out of the ring if you're not gonna fight. Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. Time to deploy my clue. You were exercising. Enough of your barefaced lies. You weren't asleep. You were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Oof. Counterpunch, huh? Should have seen that one coming. Seems I have you on the ropes, Mr. Carcerado. It's time to come clean about what you know. Alright. You don't gotta shout about it. Stomping around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals have been scared enough with this morning already. That was close. You've done well to endure this long, but I fear you'll be soon out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Carcerado? Quit it, will ya? Getting shellacked here. Fine. Somebody yelled, okay. Got all the little guys scared too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Huh. Checkmate. I think we've established that you know more than what you're letting on. Fine, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Let's not get carried away, Kay. Our work here has only just begun. Thank you, Cabo. Hey, can we call a timeout here for a sec, guys? There's something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here today after all these years, Edgeworth. He is so funny. It's a real privilege watching how you work. Eye-opening stuff, in fact. Just thought you should know I'll be telling you-know-who what you become. Who know who? Keen to get to the lowdown, huh? Well, that's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Report whatever you wish to whoever you wish. Just do it on someone else's time. Whatever you say, boss man. But I think he should know at least. You know, how you been living your life since you signed on to doing things the Von Karma way? After all, you've disappointed him enough for one lifetime already, am I right? What's he talking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Nothing that need concern you, Kay. Our focus should be on Mr. Carcerado. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth. Is he talking about Von Karma himself? That's interesting. Huh, you won't land a glove on me, kid, because I guess he is in prison. You won't land a glove on me, kid. It was a show, finished right around 10 a.m. Look at this background. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways I tried, you barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the hell?" I was hollering and howling, crying for help. What can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out and I get back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I say, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is the joint. Don't nobody thank nobody for getting involved. That ain't none of their concern. I hear you, brother. Best you can do is rubberneck in there from anyway, am I right? You mentioned training, Mr. Carcerado. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy, the fixer they call him. What's a fixer? Fella who can get his hands on just about anything you need for a price. This is like, Baki. This reminds me of Baki. Perhaps, Mr. Carcerado, what you ought to ask for is a beginner's guide to giving better testimony. You'll be down for the count in 1. And what am I, chopped liver? There was a show, finished around 10 a.m.
Hold it!
What kind of show was it exactly? Depends on the day. They bring them in from the outside, see? Singers, dancers, all kinds. Gives us cons a little something to look forward to. Nice, that sounds like fun. And you went along to see today's show. Sure I did. Can't miss a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world now, can I? And it was over. Came back here after, did me some training. This was a try. You barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the?"
Hold it!
Tell us more about the scream you heard. It was a scream of a guy about to scream his last. And I should know. Whoa there, good buddy. There's a time and place, you know. So it was clearly audible. Guy backed into a corner, fighting for his life. You ever hear something like that, boss? Well, I have, and yeah, it was clearly audible. I was hollering and howling, crying for help.
Hold it!
And that's all you heard? There was nothing else? Nope, nothing much anyhow. So there was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me. Oh, I do, huh? Why don't you come on over here and I'll see if you can make it squeal like Peter. Whoa, 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 forgive the kid here. He doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles, apologize to the good man. This is clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague. Look, friend, how about you let this slide? Please, for me? Huh. So yeah, I heard the voice, like I said. What can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out and gets back to work.
Hold it!
You were able to concentrate on your training even after hearing all that screaming. Look, if we were on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd have seen what I could do. But this ain't the outside. I can't got no place, even if I want to. And you didn't think to slip out from your cell to go sneak a peek? I don't think anybody else would have thought of doing that except for you, Kay. Well, this wasn't a prison Mr. Knight might have lived. Somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him. Oh, but if somebody could have just gotten him in time. Mr. Carcerado is clearly lying. What I don't understand is why. Let's see. A show. Instantly killed.
Objection!
Are you listening carefully, Mr. Carcerado? Huh? Trying to be cute or something? The victim died of a wound to the throat, and very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. You say you heard the victim's cries, and yet that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream! He said there was. He said there was. Quit looking so smug, will ya? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the next cell did, he told me so. The next cell? You mean... this dude. What do you want? Heard a scream, what of it? We came back from the show and they put us in our cells, same as always. And just like I told this guy I heard it, a scream, a real scary one. Scary how exactly? Didn't tell him this part, I guess, but it was kind of like... eek! Someone, anyone? Something like that. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. That explains it. So Mr. Carcerado was telling the truth, more or less. Is this really the case, though? Are there really no problems now with this testimony? I'm afraid a new problem has reared its head, namely, why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Carcerado? Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear nothing when your neighbor heard it clear as day? Eek! What do you think, I did a crime or something, huh? From the inside of this cell? Guy died over in the workshop, in case you forgot. Well, yeah, I guess it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right, neither of us could have done it. Because let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder somebody, it'd all be toast. Eek! Ain't that the truth? You bums ain't never leaving this place. I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. What's my next move here? I won't get much more of them while they're in this state. Overruled? 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 Order in the court. Who died made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're kind of busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. Oh, I like her. It is? Your hand, if you please. By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. Is she a judge? Guard, if you would. Looks like I'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Any place but there. There is no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing. A chance to redeem yourself, to be reborn. No! Oh, goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. Oh, Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are? Verity Gavel, at your service. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is a judge doing in a place like this? Since you ask, Mr. Edgeworth, I have been sent here to find you. I came bearing a message from the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. And it is my sacred duty to deliver it. The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? What the heck is that? It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child. A sister judge sounds about right, for it is a sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Why don't I fill you in, kiddo? The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job it is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. The panel is comprised of people from both the legal and political professions. A panel of which you are a member, I assume. I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service. Thanks for coming to see us all like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with a judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here.
Overruled.
Need I remind you the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association. Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. Just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them? Precisely, my child. Praise be to the goddess of justice. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge. And what does the Committee for Prosecutory, whatever you said, want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Pitiful! You really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. And who are you, pal? Winner, Eustace Winner, Prosecutor Extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down at the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. I have never heard of you. And how about Detective Flatfoot over there? Nope. Name means nothing to me. Well, it's to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say, for I'm sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner. I don't think sweet nothings mean what you mean. It is entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us last month. So he's nothing but a rookie. I'm not just any rookie, I'm a winning rookie. Which he will prove himself to be in due time. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. What do you mean, what mess? I know exactly what he means. The committee's sending an envoy with a new prosecutor in tow. I suspect I know what you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Gavel? Very well. By the power vested in me by the goddess of justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident at the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. What? Mr. Edgeworth's off the case, just like that? Okay, that is cool. Not that was cool, but the gavel really threw me off. Holy cow. That's so actually attorney. Judge Gavel, I believe I asked for an explanation. No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in, the goddess has spoken, and her judgment is final.
Objection!
And what exactly have I done to warrant being taken off the case? Come now, Mr. Edgeworth. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality. And while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning? Oh my gosh. You were one wrong move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement.
Objection!
I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned. But there is no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate.
Overruled!
And what you are saying is that the ends justify the means, that rules can be freely ignored? That is a very dangerous way of thinking. The law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims. Forgive me, But not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but give thanks to the goddess of justice's divine grace. Unless you wish to appeal. To do so would be to risk your badge, of course. So they mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa! Tough break there, Edgeworth. I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you would be so kind as to escort him out. No! Stop! What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge now, so you'll do as I say and move out of the way. What? You're not the boss of me. Unluckily for you, Flatfoot, that's exactly what I am. They're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Winter says. But, sir... Judge Gavell. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. The committee's decision is beyond irrational, so yes, I do plan to appeal. You haven't heard the last of this. Duly noted. Until we meet again, then. Let's go, Kay. We're leaving. Right. Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all of this. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Von Karma? Von Karma's getting reports? Okay, why is everyone's on Edgeworth's case? I was not expecting the game to be like this. Everyone's on his case. Ugh! I still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible the way those two treated you. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess. The committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties. And replaced with Prosecutor Winter. Judge Gavell and Mr. Winter certainly didn't mince their words. But that's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about the committee's reasons for doing what they did. And what they might do next. I suspect it won't be good. To Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. So this is it. You're giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tacitly accept the committee's decision. And the problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes, what is it, detective? Got some bad news, sir. Word down at the precinct is, they just arrested somebody for Knight's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they're being held in the detention center. Maybe you can go talk to it? Good idea. Let's go down there, Mr. Edgeworth. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I can still pay a suspect an innocent visit. Alright, we're on our way. Me too. I'll see you down there, sir. But won't you be missed, detective? Nah, everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good. Then we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir. Come on, Kay. Let's go. Still no sign of them, huh? Indeed. Wait, is this just like last time? Please don't tempt fate like that. I can't, I just can't. Sure you can, I told you, it's just a pair of visitors. Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us. Wait! Okay, is that Larry Butts and is that his hair? Wait. Just talk with him, please. That's totally Larry Butts, isn't it? When is a prosecutor? Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's not Larry Butts. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was Larry Butts with a weird haircut. All they do is stare at you. Right into your soul. Oh, my camera died. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I don't know that I have a spare battery right now. I don't know that I have a spare battery right now. Oh, no. I may need to call it here. Let me save. I had a spare battery. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, darn. Okay, I may need to end it here. I mean, I guess I could go no cam. I could go no cam if you guys want, but yeah, maybe it's better to call it here. As much as I've enjoyed doing a longer stream. Let me think about this. No, I'll call it here. I'll call it here. This is gonna be a long game, it seems, so I should be prepared for that. All right, everybody. Well, you can't see me, but good night to all of you. I will catch you later. I'll make sure to have my spare battery with me next time. Yeah, this was fun. Maybe I'll even stream tomorrow. Not sure. It'd be fun too. Oh yeah, Starzak's on. Let's do it. Yeah, that's true. I never really get to end it this time. I never get to end a stream this early. That sounds cool. Alrighty. Good night, everybody. Catch you later. I'll play more of this game very soon. I'm super excited for it, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Peace out, everybody.
Sequel, you'll be able to play as Necrons, which is good.
We're being attacked!
Hey, we're getting raided by Scoutmaster Demi. Demi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm Starzak. I'm a retro VTuber, and we're playing Phantasy Star 3 for the Sega Genesis tonight.